What's up, everybody? Thank you for being here. Asamia, Zeus, Brian, and Lemur. Okay. I was trying to figure out some stuff with the request commands, but I wanted to change stuff so things were cheaper for people and see if it changes anything. Vol, thank you for the 39 month in a row resub at tier 3. That's pretty intense. You got a good idea for a question of the day? Go for it. Go for it. I'll just like straight up. I could use it for this one because this one's actually reused from like a year ago. Shh. Ooh, I got the mention stuff to work. Okay, I don't need to Ooh, I can change this. Okay. Chat appearance. No, not chat appearance. Where is it? Filters, not filters. Where is it? Shield mode. Chat highlight settings, there we go. Hey, okay. After you watch Pulp Fiction, I'm always ordering a Sprite as a drink, as a tasty beverage. Okay. Question of the day. Hey, Beth, what's up? What's up? What's up? Happy birthday again. Oh, we gotta do a happy birthday song for Beth. Let's see. How can we put this in the form of a question? Have there been things you've seen in a movie that ended up influencing decisions you made in real life? Maybe something like that. Or maybe you've seen in movies that have influenced How about that? Hey, Synecdoche, what's up? Thank you for the 2-month resub. How's it going? Yeah, we went out for Beth's birthday last night. It was very exciting. Cheshire Cat, hello, how are you doing? Let's, okay. Let's do this. Alright, so this is a special happy birthday for Beth. Happy birthday. Al, thanks for the 300 birthday bits. Why, certainly. Beth, happy birthday again. I made it dancy. That's right, that's a word. Dancy. Because Beth likes dancing. See how deep that was? Also, Lab, hello. How's it going? You popped in right before I started that. You noticed? Nice. You should see Beth play Dance Dance Revolution. She doesn't just hit the steps. She's got all sorts of other things going on. I know, artistic genius, pushing the boundaries of happy birthday. Revolutionary. Bach, Mozart, Beethoven, Schnav. Do I like Mahler? I do. I'm not, probably because I don't play an orchestral instrument. Not that that's a restriction, but I don't listen to as much Mahler as I should. This may be what the heck? This may be how I could put it. Why? Is there something you listened to recently or something you like in particular? You saw Ugetsu. Interesting. What is Ugetsu? I don't even. Let me look for a second. Do we have Mahler on the birthday list? I made this list about a year ago maybe, and I tried to put as many people on as I could just sort of think right away, and I've added people as we've gone, but I missed some people. Okay, Mahler is not on there. Guys, I changed. I had to do it. I had to try it. I made it. Okay. I feel like this is as low as I can go. $1. Just $1. $1 for requests. I brought it down from $5 to $1. I can't go any lower. But after about 3 or 4 months of having it at $5, and I think one person donated to or subscribed to actually request something specifically, who wasn't already a sub. Yeah, I think we have to do that. I'm going to add Mahler here. When was Mahler's birthday? Gustav Mahler. I don't know that much. He's one of the composers I don't know all that much about, so I'd have to do. We'd sort of maybe be learning together. Okay, July 7th, he was born, 1860. I'll keep this up here so I don't forget. Give a vinyl to a friend. He enjoyed it a lot. I got to talking about his life, and one thing the discussion led to was how composers led their life and how they would only be appreciated properly after their death. That is always something that's made me very sad, and it's not specific to Mahler. And it's not specific to musicians either. And it's honestly not actually even necessarily specific to famous people. I feel like so many people go through their life, and the nicest things that are ever said about them are after they've died. And it's like, oh man, I bet that person would have liked to have heard those things. Now, I know we try to find situations like birthdays and things like that in particular to say those nice things about people. And, you know, we go through life and we don't just randomly think, hey, I'm just going to all of a sudden say all these really nice things to, you know, a friend of mine or someone like. So I get it, but yeah, it's a little frustrating because I'd imagine those artists and musicians, you know, whatever, maybe felt frustrated and unappreciated, and they'll never know how much they were going to end up being appreciated. You meant Rashomon, so I'll get to too. It's about the Japanese Civil War. Okay, yeah, because the name looked Japanese. The Akira Kurosawa movie, also inappropriate for children, even though you saw it as a child as well. Was there something about it that that you'd be able to like explain in chat that maybe summarizes what made you, I guess, look at things from different perspectives? If you want. Alright, we'll pair these together, because why not? The first one was Lagrima by Francisco Tarrega. And this one is Adelita. Yo, Tiger, what's up? I'm glad you like it. Yeah, those two are classics. That was Panic, that was Adelita, and the one before it was Lagrima, both by Francisco Tarrega, who is a Spanish composer and classical guitarist, and I consider him to be the first real modern classical guitarist. Also, Panique, thank you for the follow. Merci. You realize that what you see and experience is not necessarily what others will see and experience. The same event people bring into each their own history and baggage. That is very true. That is very true. You like the slight hesitation? Yeah, that's like a... I don't think I've ever heard Segovia do this, but... That's like a little Segovia-ism. Roll the chord, cut it off, except for the highest note, and do a rest stroke on that. Instead of... It's a nice little move. Yeah, it's impossible to know what other people are going through in life and what they have gone through. And you have to know that whenever a situation arises, it arises for a reason. And I don't mean in like a fate reason, like everything happens for a reason. I mean like there's actually a reason for everything happening. Because usually when people say things happen, everything happens for a reason, they mean like, okay, for you guys, this is the past, right? Left to right. Here's the thing. This thing happens, everything happens for a reason. And usually the reason is something that's going to be in the future. But I mean like everything happens for a reason because there was something building up to it. Jesus. What is... Okay. The heck? The heck? More Tariga. Lagrima. Adelita. Clearing the throat. Marietta. Hotel Soap, how's it going? Do I think plagiarism is an issue in music? I mean, if it depends on how you approach it. So, like, plagiarism isn't... One way you could look at it is, like, if plagiarism happens, it's an issue. If it's actually plagiarism. Then you could look at it as, is plagiarism a widespread issue in music? That, I don't think so. And then there's sort of, so that's like two things that are separate, but they're in their own place. Then there's, I think, more of actually what you're getting at, if I'm understanding correctly. Do I think it's an issue that songs sound the same? And that I don't think is an issue. Again, depending on how similar they sound. Like if it's the classic, the David Bowie Vanilla Ice, like that's actual plagiarism. That's not two songs that just happen to sound similar. That's actually just stealing. But a lot of music would use similar. Okay, especially if you're writing in a particular style, a lot of things are going to end up sounding similar, and little chunks of them too may almost be exactly the same for brief moments. And that's kind of just going to happen. And I don't think that's an issue. If someone's music just constantly sounded like other music all the time and only sounded like someone else's music, then it's like, all right, this is not a coincidence. This person is really just actually not coming up with their own ideas. And if that person, you would maybe be like, well, I hope that person isn't popular because they're, not, I don't know, they're not bringing anything original to the table, but we know that's not necessarily how that goes. Yeah, I don't know, but like if you use like a particular chord progression that other people use, that's just gonna kind of happen. And yeah, if we do Homeward Bound, that's parts of that are going to have been used before. It's like even impossible, like where it first comes from too. And some people do it on purpose. There's like this progression. So that would have been purposefully used, just like 12-bar blues, for example. And so two pieces that use that are going to they're obviously going to sound somewhat similar because they're purposely, like they're using the same thing as the basis for it. So I don't see anything wrong with that. Again, if you're just actually stealing, that's no good. That's no good. Follow that rhythm. What's up? It says first time in chat, but I swear I've seen you. Maybe you just followed before and hadn't said anything? Following since December. Okay. I think I remember you following. Guys, I somehow remember everyone who's like ever followed or chatted. It's ridiculous. The innovative minority requires the imitative minority. Wait. I think you mean the imitative majority? I have to imagine it's imitative majority. Okay, imitative majority. You did say. All right, the innovative minority requires the imitative majority to diffuse the innovations of the minority. Do they though? I don't know if they do. So I'm curious what other people think. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I think what you certainly do get is that the majority, if the innovative minority produces something has, I don't know, large scale worth, people will certainly, it will end up like becoming part of the majority a lot of the time. It'll have that sort of influence. And so you get those innovative bands and artists and stuff. They do something, and so many people after them end up sounding like it. But I don't know if it's because the way it sounded, at least the way I had interpreted it, made it sound like I guess, yeah, in order to diffuse the idea, you need, yeah, I guess you need a lot of other people using that idea and spreading it around. I first had read it, I think misread it as in order for those innovative groups to be heard, essentially, or become popular, they would need people to copy them. But that's definitely not the case. It's the other way around. But also, Galacta, welcome in. From one of Jess's raids some time ago. Interesting, because wait, it says you followed like a couple days ago, but she apparently raided me when I was offline. I don't know how, but thank you for the follow, though. When you look at how many possible combinations of notes there are, it seems limited. Yeah, because there's technically an infinite number of possibilities, but that infinite number of possibilities takes into the account that the length or number of notes can be as long as you want. So like if someone writes and that's just all they write, this is technically different. Like it's that but twice, or that's even more different. Even differenter. Or you could just keep doing that. You could keep doing that and you could say it's different. And it is different. And that's infinite. Even just right there, that could go on forever. But what it partly has to do with human this partly has to do with human perception, which is why these things are not very clear. What I mean by that is like, is this close enough to Twinkle Twinkle Little Star that we just end up deeming it as Twinkle Twinkle Little Star still? Because certainly that, and we're like, yeah, that's the same thing. The articulation and speed is a little different. Like, yeah, that's the same thing too. But is this the same? Or what about... Is that different enough? What about that? What about that? Do I think the issues of plagiarism are due more to more derivative sounding genres? Well, I guess, to going back to that question, I don't know if all right, take care, Beth. I hope I hope today is a chill, relaxing day or night, depending on what you do. But happy birthday again, and you are very welcome for the dancey song. So yeah, if something's derivative, I don't really think that's an issue. There's nothing I can really, or maybe I can't concern myself with it. It's like, what am I gonna do? Like, how much do I care? Who am I to go around like passing this large scale judgment? Something like, I shall deem all music that shall be heard in this realm. Yeah, this is what I think what Panic has just said is kind of what I end up landing on when it comes to anything artistic. is that if it's true to you, do it. And if it's not, don't do it. So if what you really feel when you're playing music, you just like always want to do this. You just like love that sound or something. I don't think it'd be the best idea. Well, experimenting with anything is typically a good idea. Experimenting. But if you just like, if you go, I'm only going to write songs that do something different and it's all going to be like, it's like, okay, so how do I sound different? What do those people sound like? How do I sound like them? It's like, don't do that, because you're gonna sound like you're copying whatever that is. You're just gonna sound like a cheap, lesser version of whatever it is. You're gonna sound like a discount imitation. It's actually what one of the first rules of improvising and the Schnaf Bible of improvisation. Yo, what's up, Brox? Let us read from the Schnaf Bible. Think as much as you can. Be as analytical, cerebral, and experimental while practicing and exploring. But when actually improvising in a performance setting, use your brain as little as possible. And this next part is even more key and more of what I'm talking about. Don't judge what you're about to play next. If it's repetitive or cheesy, don't force something else. Take note of it, but at the time try something different as well in practice. And so you could always just, anything that's improvising, you can essentially just relate that to composing, which is what we're talking about here. So when you're composing, like, and you really have a song, let's say you write it and you have it and you really enjoy it, but like, I don't know. And this is just my opinion, but if like it sounds too much like my other songs, like, I don't know. You can just still put it out or something. Like, I don't know if that's the time to change things and be like, everything you do always has to sound like totally different or can't sound like someone else. Do I know Jane Merriam? I do not. I don't know who that is. And yeah, so what you can do, again, sort of getting back to that same message from Panic, is that what you can do is just try to listen and expose yourself to more things, and then try to purposefully practice those things or put those things into practice. Explore those things until they become your own. Because if not, you're just going to sort of be repeating the ideas or words of other people, and those words won't be your own. You'll just be parroting other people's ideas. Evgen Grinko, I don't know who that is either. So it's like, it's not that you can't say, this even happens with words. It's not like you can't agree with someone else or have a similar message to someone. Everything you say and do in life doesn't have to be something never heard before or something groundbreaking. In fact, there can be value to having something that's truly you, that is like a fundamental human thing, like very deeply human. And if you really believe it, though, and you really think it's something worth saying, I think you should say it. Like, me saying this right now, you think I'm the only person to essentially say be original or something like that? Like, that's... Alright, I'm gonna play some music. The Mysterious Barricade. You know, speaking of things that maybe sound similar, a lot of people say this sounds like canon in D. And they're kind of right to a certain extent. It has similar things, you'll see. Okay, so it's kind of a little better than last time. Thanks, Ninja Cat. Comedy is a very interesting one. That's maybe... that one feels like an area where authenticity is most heavily... just like not enforced or desired, although both of those, but it's like where that is like the most important thing, where you just don't steal jokes. You don't do it. There's no such thing as a cover comedian. Yeah, I'm just gonna do a cover of this person's joke. Yeah, here's another cover. So this joke was written by so-and-so. I really like it. I hope you guys enjoy it. do it for music. In fact, that's like 99.999% of what you see on Twitch. Hello, Koala. I'm gonna become a Twitch comedian? I already am, am I not? It's one of the reasons I like that I like improvising, because I'm creating something new, and something unique to me. And if you do something that's unique to you, you don't even have to really worry about people copying, because there's also two parts of this that we haven't distinguished between, and that's where your focus is. Are you concerned about plagiarism or copying or things being derivative because other people are doing it? Or is it because it's something that actually directly affects you? And those two things are very different. And I think the latter is the one that probably have the most value in terms of putting any sort of energy or thought into. Because you can ignore all the other stuff. That's actually really easy. If someone writes a song, because people do, and it's just like, wow, that's basically just that other person's song or something, just don't listen to it. Like, you're not affected. Like, almost by definition of how it's been set up. Because if you then show somehow that it does affect you, well, now all of a sudden it falls into the other category where you are affected by it. And that becomes its own thing to discuss. Barrios. Also, I need to do better with this. That was the Mysterious Barricades by Francois Couperin, a French Baroque keyboardist and composer. Hey, Panique. Merci beaucoup et bienvenue. You discovered on YouTube. You really appreciate that. Yo. Oh. I clicked the wrong button. Oh my god, I clicked the volume slider. It's right next to the mute button. How have I never done that before? In 6,000 hours of streaming, I've never done that. Jesus. I felt like my chest exploded. I apologize. What was I gonna say? I don't know if anybody's actually ever come from the YouTube channel before. That's really cool. But I'm glad you like that, Panique. And if there's ever something you really like to express in French, I'm assuming you're French, feel free to do so if you feel like you really can't get it across in English. There are a lot of French speakers here. And when you speak French, they pop out. They pop out. You go, Okay, this is... Did I do this right? I didn't. This is not right. Okay, there we go. That's correct. Okay, this is... These are two movements of Agustin Barrios's piece La Cathédrale. De rien, Panique. I want it to be stronger. play that faster than normal. Maybe. So that's definitely slower than I played it. I feel like at that speed, though, for me, it ends up feeling like it gets into this new realm of... It's like the time signature changes. For those who remember a week or so ago when we were talking about the differences between time signatures and what they really mean, I feel like if it goes too slow... Also, thanks, Lemur. I feel like if it goes too slow, like, obviously it's not like... That, like, kind of doesn't really get the mood or feeling across. Like, this should be something... Again, the name, for those who don't, it just means the cathedral in Spanish. And it's marked lento and stuff, which is like really slow. But I feel like if it's too slow, even if you bring down the other voices, that it, to me, it starts to feel like this. And I'm playing everything, this voice is coming out way louder than the other ones. These aren't staccato or anything. These are all playing out for like longer than their written note value. So it's like, well, what's happening here? And unless I'm just like missing something major, which I don't know, maybe I could be. Hello, Wolfric. It just feels like it's a little too slow, where if you speed... At least to me, it feels more like there's actually some melody here with some just like murmuring accompaniment. And kind of getting back to something about earlier about plagiarism and composing and improvising. It's all about your intentions and making, and if your intentions are authentic, I think that's sort of the best thing you can strive for, at least. And so not that you can't try to do things to change it in the future, but... So it's not to say that this is the best way to play this piece, but it seems to be the one that fits the way I don't know, feel about it and hear it on my own. This feels too there's just like too much energy for me. I'm not. And this. I'm just kind of feeling. Now, did anyone notice anything different? There's something very specific that was different about what I just did there. And that's not how I hear it or feel it or ever play it. 'Cause that is that will inform the rest of your decisions too. So this is how I usually play it. Whoops. Or you could do this. Anyone? Did anyone even hear a difference? That's the first question, I guess. Yeah, this is the, change the emphasis. This is the exaggerated version of both. This is what I usually do, exaggerate it. And here's the exaggerated other one. I've always felt this as opposed to So these are literally the same notes, same rhythm, same speed, and all I'm changing is what's being accented. I think that will definitely affect what you do with like everything else. I feel like you could maybe get away with it being slower if you do that. Well, you can still, it's just like whether you emphasize, so the melody, these highest notes are going to be emphasized. That's going to be above everything else. That's going to be the strongest for both of these. And the other decision ends up being, do you accent every other note? Or do you do it almost in like this triplet feel? And so it's written in 2/4, So it means, like, according to that, you should just go. But again, I've always sort of heard it. Even when I do that, there's something about. I'm not exactly sure what it is. I have to actually like, okay, because this is not like a conscious decision. I didn't look. I'm not doing. I didn't do what I'm about to do right now, which is to look and actually like split up the. New toy. What's up? Do exclamation mark SL maybe? Now I'm just trying to accent different things just to mess around for a second. Because this is not something that's as simple as, it's not this. Oh, sorry. Which ends up being pretty clear because it's like the lowest note up to the highest one. It's jumping around. Hotel California. Exclamation mark SL, please. Or you could ask it again, too. Yep. That's way too many letters. That's way more than SL. All right, poll in chat. What do you think New Toy's next message is going to be? Press 1 for exclamation mark SL. Press 2 for something that involves the words Hotel California. I mean, I don't condone cyberbullying. Just kidding, I don't care. You don't speak English. Okay. Tu parles français? I thought this was America. Speaking of una limosna, por el amor de Dios. Also, I speak French very poorly. Mais si tu veux me demander pour une chanson, utilisez le link. Do you mind if I occasionally ask dumb questions? I do not. Hey, Pawn, what's up? Thanks for the 100 bits. If you'd like a song, because you cheered 100 bits, check out that song list and I can do it. Yeah, I don't mind dumb questions as long as you don't... The thing with the... it's somewhat unfair, but also the other thing wouldn't be fair to me. Basically, it's just not the greatest situation. The whole streaming thing is not the greatest situation, meaning I've been worn down quite a bit over the years of literally hundreds. Ça ne marche pas. Il y a une chanson sur la liste que tu veux me demander. Did I say that right? Un moment. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so over the years, I've been literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. I've had people just not listen and just ask for the same stuff over and over, be really rude about it. And so, like, over the years, it just becomes, at least for me, I don't know about other people, but at least for me, it just becomes pretty difficult to, y a pas de musique que j'aime. Oh no! Je suis désolé, Nutoy. Mais c'est le meilleur que je peux faire. Je peux jouer Hotel California. No. Seulement 7 chansons ici. Du saxo? Oh, nice. Ça fait 9 ans. Tu peux jouer Hotel California? Oh, I don't know Cavatina. Oh, wait, nice. Yeah, I don't know. Although I would like to learn it one day. Tu fais tout. What? C'est impossible. C'est impossible. Tous les chansons. What was I gonna do? Oh. Oh, also Lemur asked, is La Catedral in 3 parts? It is. Everything that I know. Or everything that I can. Are you sure about that? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Okay. Tu peux faire ça? sur le saxo. Mais sans les accords. Mais c'est pas la même chose. Hey, thanks, Vectorus. Thank you for 100 more bits. And Arrowwheel, thank you for the 10-month resub. Tico. Non, j'ai écouté Tico no Fuba beaucoup de temps. Also, Hunt Beer, what's up? At least you're not a cello player. Yeah, everyone gets the same. It's just like it's like the pianists get Moonlight Sonata. Moonlight Sonata. Maybe that should be a. Oh my god. C'est ma musique préférée. Ok, préférée. Tu peux la jouer? Non. Or something like that. But I know. Elton John, Billy Joel. Oh, that's right. Yeah. So I feel like there's the singer stuff. Okay, we have to put it into different categories. Like just guitar. Doesn't matter what kind of guitar. People will ask the same thing. It doesn't matter if it's classical guitar, electric guitar. That's the same thing. Just piano. If it seems like you sing and you have a guitar. If it seems like you sing and you have a piano. Cello. What are some of the what are some of the things? Good evening, Captain. So I feel like you get the things like The River Flows in You and To Xanarcan. Although I feel like I haven't seen To Xanarcan in a while, but for like the piano things, and there's Moonlight Sonata, first and third movements. What else? I feel like there's a major one I'm missing. Chopin, maybe the Fantasy Impromptu, one of those Chopin pieces. Basically, it's like play this thing that's really hard. So there's that. Yeah, the cello. I mean, would I get sick of people asking? So back to Huntbeer's thing. Would I get sick of people asking for the cello suites? Would that get old? I don't think so. Just asking for the first cello suite prelude, that would probably get old, for sure. It's like there's so much more to just, it's like, you know, there's like 20 more minutes to that first suite, and then there's 5 more suites after that. Like, we don't have to just play the prelude, you know. The prelude's great, but... Oh, Für Elise, you're right. That's actually a perfect one, Für Elise. What else? Also, Hey Gato. And then back to, back to Lemur's question, right? About, especially because they preface it with, do you mind if I ask dumb questions? Is there a term for that arrangement? Not in this case, although there kind of is. There kind of is. So, you could very easily, well, actually this, but for anyone who's ready to, well, actually me, just, I think you know what I mean. It sort of reminds me of like, sort of a sonata form. So what I mean by that is, it's very common in all sorts of different periods to have something that goes fast, slow, fast. Okay, that's just like, that's like pretty general and just obviously not always the case. And then they took the sonata form and it was like fast, slow, add a dance movement in there, and then the fast movement. This is kind of like that because you have this, which it's not fast, but it's faster than the second movement. So you have this first movement. And then you have the second movement. So like, this is slow. And then you have the third movement. Where does it go from? So this is clearly something moderate speed, very slow, very fast. So it's certainly doing that, but I wouldn't be like, yes, this is a sonata for guitar or something like that. Also, Arrow Wheeled with a question of the day. Movie Passenger. I've never seen it. Wait, who was in that? Also, when did it come out? Also, what's the runtime length? You spell your ex after watching this movie. Not because of the movie, right? I'm sorry. Sorry. All right. But probably not enough to live her whole life too. Wish I was still with her, but that's something else. It's funny. I had a feeling the question of the day was gonna go this way. If we, it started out so. What's the word? Not deep at all. Where it was just like, the original question was, Panic was like, I like getting Sprite ever since I saw Pulp Fiction. Also, hey Cheap Asian, how's it going? Jennifer Lawrence and Chris Pratt. Okay, that's probably why I don't know it. I'm so out of touch with movies and just pop culture in general at this point. I've always been sort of an old man, but in the past like 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 years, ever since I stopped watching TV, I feel like I've just been like totally out of the loop. Also, if you tip 50 bits while I play Vivaldi's 4 Seasons, dude, 50 bits, that's nothing. I'll do it for 75 bits. Ha ha ha. Get it? Because it's actually not that much more. I'm hilarious. Koala, I told you I was a comedian already. Do any of the movements evoke specific imagery to you? That's an interesting question. Yes. Well, now, I felt like, Allie, I felt like I had to at least throw it out there. I had to try. You know I hate asking for money, but I know it's... Because I do imagine being in a cathedral. And actually, for me, Notre Dame is maybe the one that comes up. Because I've been in other cathedrals, but there's something about it that, for my brain, it's like the go-to cathedral that I've been to, maybe you could say. Only original jokes, no covers, that's right. Guys, I've actually stolen some jokes. Some of you may know where some. They're little gestures and little phrases and words and stuff. I've stolen them. Uploading the virus to the alien mothership in Independence Day. Wait, we were talking about that like... Wait, were we talking about that last stream? I was saying how absurd it was. I'm a joke. Hey, that's my joke. It's about a dude who space travels in a sleeping shuttle. He wakes up and can't go to sleep anymore, so he's doomed to live out and die before reaching... What the... It actually sounds like something kind of from the Twilight Zone, where they go to a different place, but one of the capsules breaks and the guy like dies, but it actually doesn't sound that much like it, but that's just what popped into my head. Oh, hello Marilock, how's it going? Are you guys a fan of B minor chords? I hope so, because I'm just playing one over and over. Penitent or resolute. Yeah, I could see that, which again feels like this religious type thing, which is very pensive. And of course, yeah. Yeah, this one... Also, I should just learn this. I almost had it down like a year or so ago. Not down very well, but I could. But some of you are here for that. Also, the other thing is, I don't know if you need to. I don't know if that's something that necessarily needs to be ever figured out. Like, I don't think you always need to have, well, instead of saying I think, I personally feel like you don't always have to have a specific story to music, or have a particular image in mind. It's something I feel like that's kind of cool about music. One of the many things, is that music can just exist on its own, and not that I'm not saying that you're saying that every piece has to have an image, but I feel like notes and rhythms can exist on their own and just be awesome. just sounds and shapes and patterns. Like in this one, to me, maybe I have to really play it more and sit with it more and stuff like this, but I kind of just like the sound and the patterns. Like, I don't know. And there's certainly words you can use to describe it, and to describe different parts of this. So even here from the beginning, something cool happens, because it goes like. So it's so Bach-like, it's ridiculous. Oops. So harmonically, it's already like. Is like essentially what it's doing. But you already get to my favorite chord, which is the sixth chord in a minor key. And yeah, it is, and so it's allegro solemn, so solemn, but fast. So I don't know. I could maybe come up with something, but it would be not forced, but I don't know. This is really cool use of the guitar. lit your employer's building on fire because they didn't give you your stapler back and they put you down in the basement. What if I actually like try reading this? What if I try to do my best to read this and see if anything comes to anyone's mind? Intricate or grandeur? Yeah, I stopped receiving my paycheck. I feel like I could maybe see this going in a couple ways too. Perhaps it's something actually enlightening. Again, I'm kind of forcing this theory a bit. Like just speculating maybe. It's like you could think of this as, man, I'm really trying to force a story, but like coming in here and having some problem in some way. And then there's like that, or in combination with this, some sort of like prayer and waiting moment. Hey, Manuel, what's up? And so maybe this third thing is like the joyous response of the prayer or something like that. Maybe not specifically the answering of the prayer. Something like that. Although it also feels, it also depends on how you play it too. The illumination, yeah, maybe something like that. Or like, there's also something kind of, man, I'm really tempted to have some like fury in there. Also, hey, Kazi. Like there's a lot of energy in this. The illumination that grabs you fast and furiously. Yeah, I don't know. Again, this is me. Essentially, again, almost trying to like force this. What's up, Bleedin' Scarlet? Thank you for the 17-month resub. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a good question though, and one definitely worth exploring. Also, Scarlet, if there's a song from the song list you'd like, let me know. Vol resubbed right at the beginning of the stream, so maybe I can try doing this again. Plus, I should probably just do it anyway. More often than I do. Lute. Oh, I guess I have it under P for Prelude. I do. Now, is this furious? Could be. I'm looking at the wrong place. No. I tried to switch it over to D minor so it would fit, but yeah, this is so much of Barrios' music. It was, I don't even care I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what anybody says. I don't even care if I were to have asked him. It was heavily influenced by Bach. There's no way. Whether he knew it or not. But I'm pretty sure it wasn't, a secret or anything. Also, hey Nad, how's it going? Yeah, because this is just Bach. Like, I don't... Even this is, like... Wonder why you love it so much? Yeah. It's so good though. It's so good. It's so good. You think it was not? No, I think it was a conscious influence. But I'm saying I'm covering all my bases here. I'm saying even if every single person in the world, even if the smartest people were like, no, you're wrong. It's just not. You like that explanation? How do you argue with that? Yeah. It just was. So that's the first cello prelude switched over to a minor key. What would sound more authentic? How would we really do it? Like, uh, because it should still probably do that. Now it should. This is hard to do. You can't just, things that go from one key to all sorts of different places, you can't just switch them and just switch everything from major to minor and minor to major. It doesn't work. At the and tell myself, oh, it's just a joke anyway. Oh. More barriers. Also, yeah, I'd have to listen to Leyenda de España, but since Asturias is called Leyenda initially, there's no way it's just there's no way it's just a coincidence. Turn back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. What was I gonna do? Julia Florida. Badapopim. Also, oh, that's what I should do. Oh my god, I keep forgetting. I should look at the C minor prelude, which again sounds like Bach. This does not. Although it kind of fits in the sense that there's man, it's all the same shape. Ba da da dee da 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 dee da da. So or so if we're still here. Okay, I'm planning on it. We'll see what happens. Gonna try to be fit. Go for it. Everybody give Airwheel your encouragement. Hello, fair. All right, Julia, Florida. A Barcarola by Agustin Barrios. Glad you found the channel. I'm trying my best to respond while playing. happy April Fool's Day. Do you guys say anything in particular in France? In French for April Fools? If you're still here. Although if you weren't still here, you wouldn't hear that, so it doesn't, there's no need to specify, but whatever. And Fairs says, visiting my mom's goddaughter. She can't stay, but hopefully I'll catch Sunday's stream. Okay, thanks for popping in, Fair. I do appreciate it. Enjoy the visit, and yeah, hopefully we will see you Sunday. Let me try this other one more Barrios piece. That's again very. It just sounds like he was doing a Bach prelude, his own, at the time, contemporary version of a Bach prelude. Poisson d'avril? What the? Okay. What? Fish of April or April fish? What the? Okay. Unless that is a joke in and of itself, and then I say that, and then you go, April Fools. In which case, that would be next level. Prelude starts with a P. Okay, that is what they say. Unless you're both trying to fool me. Oh, I don't believe any of you. That's what you would say on April Fools. I believe you. Where did I do this? Wait, oh. That's not right, but whatever. typical prank is to paste a paper fish on the back of someone without him or her noticing. Interesting. And then you all go. How do I feel about the fretless guitar for classical repertoire? In a certain sense, I feel like for classical repertoire, I feel like it doesn't maybe fit the best. You could do stuff, because like the classical repertoire, depending on how you look at it, is for a fretted instrument for the most part, unless you're talking about something like maybe you play the cello suites or something. And you want to have the you want to get a particular sound from it that you wouldn't be able to get otherwise. Like, I don't know. It feels like it'd be man, it feels like it'd be a lot of work. It feels like it'd be a lot of trouble. But I don't know how much it'd be worth. But that's deciding that worth is up to the individual. But because you French are so funny. Yeah, it's you guys are hilarious. Paper fish, you guys are hilarious. Okay, that's a whole other question of the day. Wait, we're totally doing that next time. What's the best prank you ever saw or pulled on someone? Fight Club taught Kazi not to mess around with a lie when making soap. I learned a lot from Fight Club. I also didn't know how much I don't know how much to believe from that movie. Or book. I did read the book. The book is way better. Actually, I enjoyed the movie more. I wanted to try to do that. We could do our own prelude. So we got to pick a pattern and then just have the chords basically fit it. Didn't the author of Fight Club say he wished he wrote the movie? Who? Chuck Palahniuk? Chuck Palahniuk? Name is totally made up, by the way. Name is bullshit. Says the person whose last name has 3 vowels in a row. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we could just use that as the pattern. Guys, it is so hard for me to stay with a particular pattern. I lost it so fast. I lost it so fast. Also, assuming you're wrong. No, I mean preludes. Yeah, preludes do exist on their own, but yeah, I mean, almost like the word. Almost like the word just. I don't know how we use it, even in non-musical situations. It could be the beginning, like paired up with the preludes and fugues were paired together. But yeah, they tend to have basically nothing in common. Preludes were used a lot at the beginning of Baroque suites, or just general collections, suites, partitas, sonatas. Then there are things that are kind of like, that fit the same function of a prelude, but just don't have that title, like an overture to whatever. It could be the overture to an opera, or the overture to, well, another, I don't know, Baroque collection of dances and just general movements. Some things are paired up, like the toccata and fugue in D minor feels very much just like a prelude and fugue. The Chromatic Fantasy and Fugue by Bach feels like just a type of sort of prelude and fugue. Yeah, I'm trying to think of freestanding preludes. I mean, this one is kind of just a freestanding prelude. But there could be a bunch of stuff I'm missing, so who knows? Thanks, Qualo. Yeah, this one's God, it's so tough, but it's really good practice to try to do. Yeah, Villa-Lobos has those 5 preludes, so it's like, what makes them preludes? Sometimes they can kind of just be like little pieces, but yeah, or yeah, it's the Final Fantasy prelude. That certainly is functioning very clearly as a prelude to the games. Let's see here. What's some random stuff we don't do? Maybe we could do some reading. Renaissance Anthology, Renaissance Vihuela. Did we do this one recently? Wait, is this the one? God, there's so much here. Okay. Oh. Alright, it's just one piece. Read your car, that's for piano. Should I do some slur exercises? Oh, I feel like we haven't done this in a bit. This being Square Suspended by Andrew York. this. That's called Squares Suspended. It's by Andrew York. Sounds like what you might imagine Squares Suspended to sound like. I don't even... Another one, in terms of picturing it, I don't know what Squares... Yeah, I don't know. Thanks for the claps. This is By Candlelight by Andrew York. We're going to turn this into a little sonata thing. We'll do this slow thing here, and then we'll end with a fast movement. Mahazia. Et merci, épanoui. Now Snowflight, and I'm going to play it faster than I normally do just to exaggerate the moderate, slow, fast collection of pieces. Hey, thanks for the claps. Wait, he funded one of his albums via Kickstarter? Unless it's an April Fool's joke. Oh god, for the next 24 hours, I just don't... I don't know what to believe. I don't know what... I don't trust Twitch chat for 24 hours. And actually more than 24 hours because people are in different time zones. I'm just gonna say the next... What? 36 hours? I don't trust Twitch chat. I don't trust I don't trust Twitch chat. I don't trust I don't trust anything I see on social media. I don't trust it. I don't trust any of you. I don't watch anything. I don't watch. I don't watch anything. Now maybe I'll read some stuff. Student repertoire. Oh, you know, how about some Robert Devisay? These things can be cool sometimes. A lot of the times. Do we do this one? What if we do this one just in case? This one. That's the same one, just with different sort of font. Yeah, we'll do this. Okay. So, this suite begins with a prelude, and it's a very typical Baroque suite. It looks like prelude, allemande, usually a courant after. Okay, courant, sarabande, gavotte. Well, this has a gavotte, 2 minuets. There's usually 2 of them. A bourrée, and then it ends with a gigue. I think I read through this once. So these are pieces for the guitar dedicated to the king. This is from 1686. The king. was a little quiet while I played that, but hopefully you enjoyed it. Oh man, that really makes me want to do a Baroque improv thing. Thanks for the claps, Lemur. Should I try it? And hey, Chaco, what's up? Thanks for the claps. Koala, have you seen the impact you've had? I think you're making 4 claps the standard. It's a good amount of claps. Any more than that, it becomes excessive. Whoa now. Oh, okay, whoa now. This chat is becoming spam heavy and toxic. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm hilarious. Okay. I'm gonna try to do... Man, how much should I try to... What if I try to really follow this form? What if I also try Prelude, Allemande, Courant, and all those same dances? Oh god. The golden ratio of claps. But less can only be more if you know what more is. Jacob, how can less be more? Well, less is only more if you know what more is. Like, I want to play this. Jacob, stop. All right. All right, I'm gonna try. What'll fit this? Not the fan of the dude. This one's kind of cool, but doesn't feel the most D minor-y. Oh, this is kind of D minor-y. This is the... Oh, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's remove the clicks. Take care and have... All right. Take care, Koala. Thank you for being here and hanging out. And encouraging my Twitch comedian career. so there was a good amount of getting off track. But I feel like overall it wasn't terrible. I tried to do a prelude. Then not an actual fugue, but something just very imitative that didn't follow one of the specific dance forms. So prelude and imitative thing, gavotte, courant. Two minuets, which is why I switched from D minor to D major at one point. A bourrée, a sarabande. No, I did the sarabande, then the bourrée, then a gigue. Thanks, Grey Mane. And Sade, what's up? I'm your lounge music. Nice. Whenever I think of lounge music, I'm thinking of like. Hey, dude, another tier 3 resub today. This time from Cass for 35 months. What is up? How have you been? Was that JS? No, that was RA. Those are my first two initials. Busy AF, but well, that's good. Busy and good is good. I know, very deep words for me. Good is good. Also, MX Swellro. I don't know what that is. Jojo Pate. But yeah, Killa. That was something that was all improv. What if we do very Bach-ish? Oh, for sure. Yeah, I was trying to... That's almost essentially what I was trying to do. I had just played... Maybe it was before you came in. I had just played a suite by Robert de Vizet. So that's essentially the same exact time period, except French. And a lute player instead of a keyboard player. But so I sort of had that in mind. I feel like I should keep each... If I really want to do something where I'm really trying to tightly follow these forms, these dance forms, I should let them be shorter. But for some reason, actually it's not much of a surprise. For some reason, I always want them to go longer. What started happening, which never happens, and now that I think about it, I'm not really sure why. I was kind of thinking about it as I was playing. Everything tends to have two sections. Like, so much music tends to have two repeating sections like this. You do the first section, you repeat it. Do the second section, you repeat it. Boom, done. But what if you have three sections? So it goes like, first section, repeat it. Second section, repeat it. Third section, repeat it. Crazy, right? I was noticing that was happening because I was like finishing the second thing. Like, I was playing something and it was short and repeating it. Then I was playing a second thing and repeating it, and I was like, that can't be the end. And so I just... Coincidence? I've thought about that, JC. I don't know. And so they say Jesus, and Jesus said, well, less can only be more, if you know what more is. Jesus, do less miracles. That's right, not fewer miracles. I have to make it fit. Do less miracles. They're always saying, Jesus, do less miracles. And I just want to go, But you can only do less miracles if you know what more is. Jesus. Why do you have a British accent? Why do you sound like you're from London? I just want to make more bread. More and more bread and wine. Anyone who doesn't know who Jacob Collier is like, what the hell is he talking about? There's no way Jesus sounds like that. Like, okay, so back to this thing. If I do this, like... Okay, so that's the first thing repeated. We're gonna be... That's the second thing. Although going from A minor, I should actually end some, if any. You could have... I mean, you could really kind of go on forever, but... I want to do something now where I'm not constraining myself. And so it's going to be formless. Formless. Like water. Be water, my friend. Right. We can use a different thing because, like Captain said, how are you supposed to know what to make of the music if our eyes aren't real? If there's colors that aren't associated with the notes. I wish there was more to this one. I wish there was... I gotta be able to use the words less and more. Like, you have to press really hard for it to... What's up, Boomer? Yeah, we can do it. Yeah, we can use it. Whatever. So happy Friday. Should we use a different key? There's been a lot of D minor in the past, like, 40 minutes. What about A major? A major. It's weird. I use, it's actually not very weird, but it's weird. It's also funny. B flat minor. Oh, damn. All right, B flat minor. We're doing it. We're doing it. Cass is evil. I guess it's not that bad. B flat minor has 5 flats. It's weird. I gravitate. I was never a flat person playing stuff with flats. In fact, well, actually, for the longest time, I just stayed away from the black keys in general. Everything was C major and A minor. And so every once in a while, I would touch this note. Because it'd be the... You're a flat person? Who here's a flat... Who here's... Are you a sharp person or a flat person? When it's the guitar, due to the nature of the instrument and the open strings and everything and physics, man, definitely gravitate to sharps. But then when it comes to the keyboard, dude, C minor / E flat major, dude, I love it. G minor / B flat major. Dude, even A flat, like why A flat? Every note is a different note. Yeah, it's a... And so you, because you have a stringed instrument like the guitar, although the guitar is technically a percussion instrument, but the same, because you're doing this with your fingers, here's the issue with guitar, and Cass Martini Monsters plays cello. And if Marlock, you play bass, we have these open strings, which are natural notes. They're not sharp or flat. Go to our handy dandy circle of fifths. All right. So the open strings of the guitar are E, B, G, D, A, E. Where are those notes? All over here on the sharp side of the circle of fifths. If we play in C major, we get to use all our open strings. If we play in G major, we still get to use all our open strings. If we play in D major, we still get to use all our open strings. If we play in A major, here's the first time we don't get to want to use one of our open strings. G becomes G sharp. But that's pretty easy to do. You just do this. Now, this is sort of an oversimplification of playing an instrument that uses strings like this, but... Okay. And so then when we go to E, we already lost the G sharp, and now we lose the D sharp. So at this point, there's 4 accidentals in the key signature, and we've lost 2 strings. In B major, there's 5 accidentals, and we lose 1 more string. In F sharp, we have 6 accidentals, but we still actually have one of our open strings. B is still there. And it's not until we play in C sharp major that we finally, none of our open strings are in that key. But look what happens here. Let's go back and we'll go the other way around. The very first key we get to, we lose our open B string. The one after, we've now lost 3 of our open strings because 2 of them are E. So there's 2 E flats. GarageBand's live, what's up? Welcome in. We're talking about how it's annoying to play in flat keys on things like guitar, cello, bass, violin, viola. Here, we lose another open string. It's like, yeah, not nice. And so not only are we losing the open strings, but you can't just go from B down to B flat. Like, you can't just press lower. You can press higher, so making things sharp is like, in that sense, is not too annoying. So can ligma, the rest can go ligya. But when it comes to the piano, I don't know, there's something about it, especially C. I love playing in C minor. Leandra, hello, how are you doing tonight? Okay, so Cass said B flat minor. If this, oh, this is actually great. This is great because if this doesn't go well, I can put the blame on someone else. You began the piano several months ago, and you're still pretty impressed when I watch you playing improvisation like that. How do I do it? Because you follow certain rules, but you don't have the time to respect academic accords all the time, right? That is a very good question, and one that's not the most straightforward to answer, at least for me. Hey, thanks, Cass. Okay, so when it comes to what you're talking about, the academic accords, or I guess these rules or stuff, there's the I think the best way to look at it is to look at those things as a framework used to identify and recreate particular types of sounds. And if I'm breaking rules, like the only way you can break a rule is if you set the rule there to be broken in the first place. But there are no rules. I mean, I can do it. I can do whatever I want. Who's gonna stop me? And obviously, everyone goes, well, I know no one's gonna stop you or something. But it's actually kind of important to throw that out there, because it's like, okay, so you can play whatever you want, right? No one's gonna run up to you, and you're not gonna get put under arrest. Okay, you can play whatever you want. But then, if you want to know what to play, it's good to have some sort of framework. So, Martini Monster says B flat minor. I need to know. It's not a rule, but I need to know if I want to do that. We're using a shared language, and this is what she means. I want to use this. And I started out, I think I did something like... And so I didn't really follow rules right there as much as I thought in my head these sounds. And then sort of went like, how do you make those sounds? But it's also not totally, it's not necessarily a conscious decision like that all the time. Just in the same way as when you speak and you're not actually reading something that's written down or something you have memorized. When you're just speaking, like I'm doing now, I'm following like rules, kind of. Rules so that I can get across an idea, but it's not like I'm forced to say anything in particular or forced to explain any idea in particular. I can say whatever I want. And so it's the same with music, whereas like when you're doing this and you want to make this sound, maybe, if you spend enough time deliberately practicing and thinking about how to recreate these sounds, then in the moment when you're improvising, you don't actually have to spend that much mental energy to recreate it. And so there are times when things sound like I'm following, it maybe feels more strict. And that's maybe when things sound like they're part of a very particular genre. So like if I want to go like... it's like that feels pretty restricted, but that's just because it's like It's something that's going to. I'm creating sounds that are typically heard from a very particular era and time period and area. Yeah, and so that's where people sometimes wonder if it's possible to practice improvising. And at first thought, you may be like, no, how can you practice doing something that by its very nature, by its definition, you're coming up with on the spot? But there are ways to do that. Just like you can practice speaking, or really better than saying that is, you can practice, you can learn a language. And so learning a language is not learning what to think or what to say, it's learning how to do it. So you can practice all the ways to learn how to do it. So it's the same with music. You don't practice what to play unless you just want to go back through, have your playing just be a series of patterns that you pick from. And you could argue that in a certain sense it kind of is, but they'd be very they can be very small, and I won't call those things patterns, but that's sort of a different thing. So instead of practicing what to play, you can practice how to do it. And for me, that's involved trying to explore different combinations of notes in as many ways as possible so that I can identify them, give them some sort of name, organize them in as many different ways as possible, all while thinking about how it makes me feel and or what it makes me think of, and doing that as much as possible so that when I think or feel something, I can do the reverse process and go back and find the bit, that pattern, or that way of playing that makes me think about that thing, if that made sense. So maybe you do this. I'm about to sneeze. That's how you do. So going back to this example, so you go like. So maybe you play that one day and you go like, oh, I don't know. Well, what is this? Does this make anyone... Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm about to sneeze. Does this make anyone think of anything in particular or feel some way? Actually, I should stop it before I did that because that was its own thing. Now for me, but you're at a loss for words. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't, and you don't even need to have words because you don't need to have words to describe it. It doesn't need to be an actual thing or an actual situation. That can be cool, but because this stuff is just, it's just like we're in the abstract realm anyway. Which is, for those, some of you may have noticed that I often use gestures to describe these things more so than even words. Because I feel like gestures, emotional gestures, are actually pretty similar to the abstract musical sort of feelings that you get. So this, for me, is like, depending on how you play it, just like... So that's things like shoulders in and up a bit and head down like this, kind of arched. You're just like in like this, cheeks up like that. So there's like your face is being scrunched, your eyebrows on the side are down. Now, I'm not consciously thinking about this, but like, what is this? This? And I said I should separate this because this for me. No. And from here you could go like, or it could have been so I'm doing all these things here, but I'm even thinking of these. So what I'm doing right now is well, improvising again and doing like, in picking from a bunch of sounds, but it's not so deliberate. Which is one of the reasons why the answer or why this discussion isn't so straightforward, because it always finds a way to become, it gets into the realm of like annoying and seemingly impractical philosophical discussions. Who's Gino? Thanks for the follow. What do I mean by that, you ask? What if you don't hear any sound? So you did this. Let's say you're in my position and Martini Monster said, yeah, do something in B flat minor. Well, for one, what do you pick? Do you do this? Do you like, or maybe you actually start here. Or maybe you go like, but you start somewhere, so that was already too much. That was already too much. You start somewhere and you go, yeah, but now what? And so, okay, just for example, maybe you do this. And in your mind, nothing pops up. What do you do? And then my answer to that is, honestly, I don't know. I don't know. What I could say is that you could just try now actually using rules, but more tendencies of a particular genre. And you can go like, in a particular genre and way of, writing music and stuff like that, we can use these chords in a particular key, and E flat minor is a chord in this key, and often comes after B flat minor, so I'll play that next. There's still nothing coming into my mind. It's okay, in this same key, the 5 chord gets used a bunch, so that's this. And those notes that make it up are these. Okay, so I'll do that. My mind is blank, so I'll go back to the 1 chord. That's pretty normal, and I know what that is in this key, and I know what notes make that up in this. So like, you can do that if there's nothing in your mind, but the hope is that you do have sounds in your head. That's when things work out the best, because that means it's not forced. You're actually like saying something. You're not letting your it's not your fingers that are playing at that point, or your conscious analytical mind playing at that point. Because when that happens, you're just doing mechanical. It's just like very mechanical. And you may stumble upon something that I'm exaggerating a little bit, but like you may stumble upon something that resembles emotion, but it's almost just a coincidence, as opposed to starting from that place of something genuine that you're feeling and hearing and trying to convey that. And so there's another response to what happens when your mind is just empty. And that is to try to get inspiration from something. And for me, it's a double-edged sword, but in this case, I feel like I'm fortunate that if I force a sound into my mind, it's pretty good at getting stuck there. And actually, I use the word force, but I don't have to force very much. So like, again, it can be annoying. Like, we listen to Call Me Maybe on stream, and just instantly it was like, now that's running through my brain. And not necessarily the exact notes, but sometimes, and just other things that kind of sound like it. And then we could just listen to one thing. Or I could play something, like I played this suite, this Baroque suite, and the notes were written out for me. And that's basically going to be a similar thing. I did this, like. And already, I don't know about you, and maybe you can let me know, but I already have something. That's all it took. Even just doing this as an example, that's all it took for me to just be like, and I was able to, and like, how'd I know to play F there? Because I was still following along in my mind. I was hearing it. I went like. And you can just like keep going. just like I was singing, boom, 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 ba-da-dum, boom, 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 like just like that, I now just have the task of like, that's almost all the same like mental thing going on. It's just way easier for us typically to hum things than to, now maybe not necessarily beautifully or something, but or with really good intonation, but meaning you're singing the notes like so maybe it's not the, but as long as it's in your ear, it's the same thing. So there's just the extra task of actually getting your fingers to do the thing. But it's just like whistling or humming. Like it's just that. It's just that. But instead of humming, you have to go like, oh, so what is that thing? So all these tools and all these rules are better ways, a better way to think of it, are ways to make it so you can hum or sing on your instrument. And so I was reading this stuff and trying to go. So, Leandra said they don't have secret solutions. You have to practice to have some automation of the stuff and a panel of progressions. Yeah. It's not great news because you're lazy and a beginner, but that's okay. That's okay. You're not the only one. And you have to start somewhere. And those are sort of two different issues. One is like okay. This is about like finding inspiration. That's sort of its own thing. What you can do is, and trust me, a lot of people struggle with that. People who are watching right now, who here struggles with motivation, specifically when it comes to learning music, and then also not specifically with music, just life in general. Press 1 in chat if you struggle with doing the things that you even want to do. So people are going to be inspired and motivated in different ways. Okay, apparently I'm the only one. Me and Leandra. Don't worry. Leandra, I swear it's not just us two. They're just too lazy. They need motivation to type. Huh? See what I did there? All right. So what you can try to do is, think about why you'd want to, back to music. 1.5. You don't rely on motivation. What do you rely on then? I'm wondering if it's going to be like discipline or something like that. Yeah, so yeah. And so these are all this is all, dude, humans are strange. So you just talked about the idea of what I was getting into is like, who is thinking these thoughts? Who is making these sounds come into my mind when I'm like, if not me? But I can't force myself to think these things, just like I can't instruct you to do it, and you can't force yourself to hear sounds. And so it gets into conversations that you might have when you're getting high with some friends, man. What even are thoughts, man? If I'm not thinking those thoughts, who is, man? How can you surprise yourself with your own thoughts? Who's doing, man? But it's the same thing with this. It's like, well, who motivates you? The idea of motivation and discipline and all this and inspiration is all along this line. Now, the way I've thought about it can be discouraging or demotivating to some people in a certain to a certain extent. They don't like what I'm about to say, but it seems to make sense to me. Is that I don't think I like motivate myself to do anything or make any changes myself. And so this actually goes back to exactly what I was just saying about ideas for improvising. Is that it seems like by being introduced to outside forces, that ends up having an impact on my brain and causes me to do certain things. Because what I was going to say is that if you're struggling to be motivated or something, you can find something that motivates you, and that can almost even be discipline, meaning like you can set it up. Like Cass is saying, this is a little different, but Cass is saying that she like plans things out. And so I feel like that's almost and you can tell me if this I could that almost feels to me like that outside force is your past self setting things up so that in the future, in that moment, you'll now have that influence put upon you. So it's like you've set yourself up, but set yourself up for success. Right? So instead of another person coming up to you and going, hey, all right, get it, come on, do the thing. It's past you going, setting it up so that your past you is doing it to present you going like, all right, get it. And so you make it easy to do. But what you can do, and what I would hope is I can go like, Leandra, what you can do is find some music you really like, or something, whatever had motivated you or made you want to learn the piano in the first place. Listen to some of that, or play something that you like, something like that, and use that as a way to motivate you. When I used to skateboard, dude, we always had to watch at least a little bit of a skate video before going skating. And it had the exact same effect, where it was like, you want your brain, or at least I did, I wanted my brain to be in that like skating mode. I wanted to be like seeing the tricks, and so like seeing it, like feeling it like in my mind. And to force that and not have my mind be on skating and to just jump on a board was similar to me thinking about food and all this stuff and having no song in my head and being stressed out about something maybe, and then all of a sudden going like, do I have skateboarding pictures? I do. And dude, one of my friends, I keep bugging him. I feel bad, but also not bad. I have been bugging him for years. There's video footage of me skating. Not my prime, but actually I wonder, do in Discord? Is there something in Discord by any chance? Let me check here really quickly. Let me check here for a second. Dude, come on, load. Need to get a hold of. I know, it's so good because it's not just skating. It's also me and a couple of my friends just being ridiculous. Because he had like footage of just footage of us hanging out. Scrolling here, scrolling. There's a baby picture of me. There's a picture of me with an afro. No, I don't have it here. I can like scan it or something, and I'll put it on Discord. Being punks, you're just being. Dude, my friends and I are so stupid. Just like really dumb. It's just really dumb. Shows the Well, there's two. Okay, so there's this one. Get that set up. The gym is a scam. Still not fit. Still ugly and still dumb. Dang, dude. You're going to the wrong gym. Dude, the gym I go to, I went there once. And I just became a instant Chad. Where was the third one? Oh my gosh, dude. I'm a deep thinker. What a douchey thing to say. See what I mean? I'm not really being serious. Okay. Schnaff through the ages. Okay. So here's me. I don't know. What am I? 2? 1.5 or something? Dude, look how light my hair used to be. It was like blonde. You're very welcome, Leandro. I enjoy talking about this stuff. I've had to think about it myself. I like helping people out, and I hope that I can be part of the motivation and inspiration. So now this stream and the sounds and the video and audio from the stream that's the external thing that's hit your brain. And the hope is that that helps you make the change. Whatever changes. Maybe it doesn't, but maybe it does. And maybe it takes continuous stuff. A soulless redhead? No, it's not red. It's like blondish. I swear. Yeah, like a little late 80s sweater thing. What are those, elephants? Oh my gosh. This is so zoomed in. What are those, little elephants? Looks like it. But you're even more motivated? Nice. Keep us updated. Maybe they're whales? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, next. Look at this. This is me at the beach. This is a candid shot, all right? I promise I didn't pose for this. I don't know. Maybe I'm like 13 here. Oh no, this must have been middle school because I was starting to let my hair get longer. Yeah, so it's like 12 or something. I'm just looking out onto the beach, just thinking about life. I'm going like, what is life, man? Man, what even is life? Look at this. It just extends out forever, man. But like, it looks like it's flat, but it's not really. It actually continues on. And when you get to the end, you're right back where you started. Just like life, man. It's all a circle. Everything's a circle, man. What even are these thoughts I'm having right now? How am I even thinking right now? Who even am I? What even is R? All right, then the hair grows. The hair grows, and it gets really puffy and curly. I even have a skating shirts that for a local skate shop. Right now. All my clothes. I just wore jeans and skate like company shirts. And then this is after over a year and a half or something of not cutting my hair. I ended up cutting this hair, but the inside of the car, yeah, you like that? My hair, it doesn't look like it's long as it actually is. It was almost like a foot long of hair, but my hair, as you can kind of see here, it gets super clumped together. It's wildly curly, and so it's like a spring. So in the next picture, if I pulled my hair down, the hair from the next picture, because it was right before I cut it, it would go like down to past my collarbone. It was crazy long. All right, are you ready? This is me the first day of summer vacation right after, or you could say the last day of my junior year of high school. So year 12. So I was 15, 16? Yeah, I was 16, right? Yeah, 16. Look at that hair. Look at that hair. Like, look at this curl. Look at this curl right here. Bonsoir, wahaha. Look at this. Look at this smirk. Dude, my hair, it would take me about 45 minutes to shower. Most of it was me. I would stand in the shower. I would just stand like this. And just like let the water hit my hair. And it would just bead off and bead with a D. And half of the day at school, it would just still be wet. Hours and hours and hours and hours. It looks like that if you don't dry it. What's up, Papa Kalash? Welcome in. It would take forever. No way I speak French. I do a little bit. I feel like I only speak French when I really need to, because I speak really poorly. But there was someone here who didn't speak English earlier in the stream, and they spoke French, so I had to. And so I spoke in my broken French. What's up, Riven the Schnaffer? That's right. You know what's funny? Because my name's Rafi. People called it the Raffro. But yeah. As a bald man, washing your head is quite quick. Okay. Look at that. Looks like a snake. I used to hide things in my hair. Highlighters, pens, pencils. Everyone, depending on what I was doing, I'd go and like take a shower or something and be like, it's like a twig would fall out. Snacks, I could have had snacks. Drugs, of course. Was I plucking my eyebrows? No. I was threading them. No, this is just how my eyebrows are. Actually, that's a lie. That's a lie. Oh my God, this is way too close. I plucked this inner part here. I still do. If not, I'll just totally. You don't need. We don't need anything there. But the rest of it, I don't shape it or anything. Wahaha! Thank you for the 500 bits for the curly hair. I'm glad you enjoy it. I really should. I mean, how badly do you guys want to see a picture of me skating? It's just in my driveway, but I do have curly hair, and I am shirtless again in this picture. I could grab it and just like get the picture really quick. Shirtless, more hair. Here, give me shirtless. I know, I'm trying to. Okay. Yeah, give me 1 sec. I'll grab. I know where it is too. Hold on. Okay. I'll do it like this. I'll take pictures and just put them up on Discord. It'll probably take... Okay, so that's one. Discord. Okay, so here's something. So we had a skate park built in the back of the parking lot area of our high school. And so on the opening day, we were skating there, and like the local news people came. And so this is me ollieing off a ramp over a trash can, but then there's my backpack on top of the trash can. It's really hard to see because it's a photo from a newspaper, so. See, you can like kind of see the straps, or maybe you can't. You can see the straps from the backpack. Oh, you know what I should do? Here's picture number 2. This one, I don't have a shirt. Whoops, that's Twitter. My aunt actually took this picture. The one who's in the stream a bunch. Also, good night. I have so many questions about the piano, but I'll keep it for next time. You can ask as many questions as you'd like, and that goes for anyone else too. Not only can you, I would actually like it. Like, yeah. You looked at the About Me section, saw you can sing in Armenian, and thought, ah, so he's of at least part Armenian descent. I am 100% Armenian. Okay, so here's me doing, I still remember, a kickflip backside 5-0 on this little box thing I had at my house. Yeah, that's me. And again, puffy hair. Puffy hair. No shirt. But this was... And so this is like part of the aesthetic of skating too. It's like, I love the look of like the board about to be caught like that. I do have a third picture. It's not skating, but it's probably, it may even be better. This is for my freshman year in college. I am taking a picture. This is a Polaroid. Not like a cool Polaroid, but because they're literally just taking pictures of Polaroids and handing it out. So there was like this thing, was it Rhody Fresh Milk? I'm from Rhode Island. Rhody is sort of the nickname that can be used. So, they had on campus, freshman year on campus, they brought a cow to give away with samples of milk. Well, they didn't give away the cow. But they had a cow with their samples of milk that they're giving away. And so they'd have you take a picture with the cow and just give you a little bit of milk. So this is me. But it was sitting with these other two pictures, so I figured I'd grab it. But this is a legit Polar. This is the... Because back in my day, there was no place to upload digital photos. We didn't even have... Dude, everyone had flip phones, actually. You couldn't take a picture with your phone. This is from 2005, by the way. This is the fall of 2005. It's almost 20 years ago. Shit! When did I become old? Shit. What the hell? This is bullshit. Someone is playing a prank on me. This is such bullshit. Oh my god. What the hell? Actually, I don't like this anymore. I hate that this is not... There's no filter on this. This isn't like one of those fun Polaroids. This was legit the only way to get the photo from them to me was to take... Shit. Oh, shit. Did I spend way too much time playing Tony Hawk Pro Skater? So much time. So much time. So much time. So much time. Yeah, so that's past versions of me. Again, I'll bug my friend some more. I would love to have to... God damn it, dude. You need... Oh, my God. What?